dear, that noise gate is a little bit too... Yeah, we'll just turn this noise gate off. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Start right back in. Right. I really want to use not this party for things. 90 chalk. I don't actually fight any of the enemies here, though. That's the real question. Do you have one unique monster I can probably take on? No. Yeah, that was gonna happen. I wanted to dodge them, but I forgot to drop down early enough. That's fine. This should get me to dodge them. Really? You still saw me? How? I want to know. How did you still see me? Fine, we're going down here. To get you to leave me alone. I think one of them fell off the cliff. I actually think one of them just fell completely off the cliff. Which is great. No, they're all there. Thought I saw one of them fall. That's a red unique monster, so I'm not fighting it. He refused to fight things in the red. I'll fight you though. Yeah. You kind of shred that. Oh my goodness, Commander Leonhardt. Hello. Hello, friends. I will shout y'all out. Yeah, no. Of course I do. This is the name that this is the game that my name comes from. Okay. We've discovered the radio tower. There may be an echo. I'm trying to, like, my audio setup is very meh. It might just be a slight delay. Let me get this shout out, because... Yeah, no, my audio setup for this is a whole mess. Shoutouts to Commander Leonhardt. I saw you were doing After Years this morning. I missed it, but I will watch that back later, definitely. How did that After Years go? And also, let me see if I can fix this echo. Nice. Nice, Commander. Is that any better at all? Playing with audio settings on the fly. Because my audio setup for this is a hot mess. We're not going to fight that thing back there. No thank you. I may have beaten the boss. Okay. Cool. I did something that fixed it. Good. Please continue to tell me if there's like little audio things that you notice, because my audio setup is a hot mess and I can try to fix things, but let's head up here. Not fight that. I would rather not. I want to get up there. And I want to land here. Whew. Yay, jumping. Or I could have just climbed up that, but whatever. Are you going to be annoying? No. Okay, I can run right past you. Good. Battle time. Thank you for the new champ. It's not really meant to summon. Oh gosh. Please stop attacking me. Aha! You've been toppled. Nice dodge. Stop hitting me. Thank you. Why? Why did you just AoE us? That's so rude. No AoEs. AoEs are bad. Gotta get some buffs up. Oh good, it's dead. Heck yeah it will, because it's toppled now. Shulk, maybe you should have healed the person who's good at tanking, instead of healing me. I'm not supposed to take damage. Shulk, please. Heal the person who's actually supposed to tank, and don't heal me, the person who's supposed to stand back and not take damage, ever. I don't have time for that. Shulk, that's your fault. Why'd you draw the aggro? We're toppling it. This is fine. Energy Flash would be death. I'm gonna force him to heal himself as well. Dumban died, which is not good. Hooray, we won! That's about how every fight has been going for me. For about the last many hours. Every fight is, oh, I almost died. It's great. Yeah, that you being a dummy, Shulk. Oop. Topple. Okay, it only hit Shulk. I'm trying to encourage people. Oh, that's fine. I can warn about that. None of these fights are scary at all. Whatsoever. I think that's the one unique monster I can actually take on here. This one's level 51, which is a little too high. Maybe I could try it. Level 51. Can I do that? It's the question. This is like a level 53 here. This is level 55. I guess we'll go for the level 51 guy, although I really don't want to do the level 51 guy. Especially not with this party. It's no topple. Right, he doesn't have a spike, it's just you do not want to topple him, so I'm going to bring in my non-topple party of spam heals. Spam all the heals.
Don't do anything stupid now. Everyone, do your best.
Punch him. Yeah, this guy's totally fine. Oh, that's annoying. I would rather you not take that. Is this just gonna be a really easy fight now? You don't need to purge him, Shulk. I need to cure that. Use the aggro ideally. Okay. Probably another Gala Chainsaw 5. Yep. Gala Chainsaw 5 is an art. Let's do this. I know my rifle's getting hotter. But I have plenty of time to cool off here. Hey, stop killing yourself, Shulk. Talon art again, cool. As long as it's the Talon art, I'm okay. Or I could just not chain attack. That's rude. Shulk, you need to be encouraged. Do that and then cool off. Ricky, don't die. Gosh, this thing really loves using that one ability. I'm just gonna top myself off while I'm at it. We did it! We got wrecked. Ooh, blade armor. I did not have that before. That's everything here. The only other unique monsters are here and the other one, which I'm not going to create the other one. This one is a maybe. Does it have a spike? Because if it has a spike, I'm going to have to purge spam it. I think this spike is a status effect. Oh, good. We can't hit. This was a bad idea. Why are you doing 2,000 damage to me? Oh my goodness, these things are really annoying. I'm gonna just try to kite these two away. I was hoping my party would finish one of them off. I think they did. No, they did not. I think that's what I have to hope for, is the party finishes one of the sidekicks off. Yes, use enchant so Ricky can hit. Keep kiting. Okay, run away. Retreat. Yeah, okay, the spike is a paralysis spike, so I don't have to actually worry about that. No more sidekicks. That's good. Oh, and we're so close to leveling up to 48, which would make this thing a lot easier. Ugh. You learned a skill. Oh, you now get longer chill duration, which you don't have yet, but that's cool. You do have the agility up.
Sometimes you gotta face your fears. You don't actually win here. Ricky's scared, but hero, so lose.
I'm gonna cancel that because it's running really far away.
Sometimes you gotta face your fears.
This is gonna be interesting. No. Oh my gosh, that's so much damage. That is so much damage. I'm gonna use this time to cool off. Rush is... This is so much damage! Why did you change targets there? That's so rude. This is not going well. But yes, Shulk, exactly. Oh, thank you, Ricky. Let's heal everyone. Ow. Shulk is just useless here. He can't hit. I mean, he's good for, like, insurance, but that's it. Oh, that's so rude. Don't interrupt my healing art with killing me. That's just bad manners. I need to cool off now. Yeah, Ricky's gone. We're out. Yeah, this is not gonna happen. Shulk can't hit anything, so I can't use him. But I need to use him. This is why we can't do this. I would like him to be able to hit. Please. Shulk, why is your accuracy so bad? Everyone else can hit just fine. I mean, Charlotte can't really hit, but she doesn't need to hit. Honestly, it'll probably be fixed with like one level up. Don't like that. No poison. We can knock this thing down and we're good. Oh, nice. Level up. That's even better. Heck. $75 hit points. Okay, Ricky's healing me. This is fine. Ah! So actually that one level up might make all the difference versus that enemy. Yeah, versus this unique monster. This one level up might just make all the difference. Because for those of you who don't know, level is the most important stat in this game. And this thing having a yellow portrait instead of a red portrait is huge. For, like, survivability. Yeah, Shulk can hit now. Having a party that can hit the boss is a lot better. We're already doing so much better, and taking less damage. Agility up is really annoying. That's why we couldn't do this earlier, is because of that agility up buff, really. Agility is the second most important stat in the game. Paralysis is very good. Please continue to land paralysis on the boss. It completely nullifies auto attacks, which I can't get visions for. I get visions for arts, so... priority gauge again. Stop boosting your agility, I don't like that. I mean, Ricky doesn't care because his ether arts don't care about agility. I would like to cool off. Good, Shulk, you healed yourself, that's good. I need to cool off. I need to cool off so I can heal more effectively. Okay, I can tank for now. Good. Enchant is good. I like enchant. Charlotte's not going to hit with any of these. Oh, I need to cool off and then not doing super well. Derail. Ether down is annoying. Oh, you butt. Don't knock Shulk down, I need him. Because I also need him to block that. Shulk. Don't run away. Heal. I could have cured the debuff, I guess, but no. Shulk, please. There. We're landing all sorts of debuffs on him. Charlotte, or Ricky, please don't die. You have so many hit points. I would like you to stop, not die. We did it! Oh, hooray. I spend the whole time worrying about keeping people alive, basically. I don't think about the fact that damage is happening. Whew! I'm gonna leave the others alone for now. Actually, we'll go back and finish the quest that's up here. Yeah, we'll finish that quest. It's like one of the few quests I'm allowed to do. So we'll do that, and then we'll move on with the plot. No. Not until it's yellow. Like, Mischievous Navirius is still way too strong. I'd like to not fight any of these things, but they're going to attack me, but I'm going to just run past them. Yeah, we can fight them. They're not very strong. Good, we can now hit normally. This will increase the damage on them all a lot. Hey, Ricky, don't die. Okay, one down. Oh, heck. 2 down. we've got enough levels that these guys are easy. Once they drop into like the blue portrait, which is 3 levels lower or below, they get really easy. Goodbye. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna take care of this one fortress unit, which is gonna be a scary fight, and then it'll be on to normal fights that are not as scary. Why am I grabbing these? I literally can't do anything with them. They're just gonna pile up in my inventory. Hey, ninja. Oh, goodness. I don't think I can get... Oh, maybe I can get on that bridge. Oh, that would be really nice. Because getting on the bridge completely neutralizes their talent art. Oh, yes. I absolutely can get up here.
Don't do anything stupid now. Leave this to me. Wait, don't kill it.
We have completely neutralized its talent art. Shulk's not going to be able to do much. Unfortunately. Ow. Don't have to warn anyone about that, though. But I might tell you to go ahead and use enchant. Thank you, Vicky. I am cooling off. Boo! We already got this thing down below half health. Nice. Oh, this is how you choose this. It can use Titan Laser 5. That's fine. It's allowed to do that. It hurts, but it's allowed to do that. I'm mostly worried about myself surviving this. Yeah, that hit everyone. I figured that was probably going to happen. And there we go, quest complete.
Looks like this place is going easy on us. Ricky, we're fighting easy monsters. Let's stay focused.
This is why you fight that thing from up here. And not down here. This we're not going to be able to hit. This guy we're not going to be able to hit, so I'm not even going to show it off. That guy's just going to be way too strong. He's level 57. I don't I don't think I can possibly hit him. Yay for artificial penalties to hitting and damage and defense and all of that based on level difference. Because this game loves that. Like, the weird thing about this game is your actual stats do go up when you level up. That's true. But the game also gives you a bunch of artificial penalties based on the level difference between you and an enemy. Like, a whole bunch. Just to, like, everything. Like, your everything is worse and their everything is better. Just because your levels are different. Beyond what the stats might suggest. So, it's very obnoxious. But get up. No. You're almost dead. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna head towards the next area. Fighting all the random enemies on the way. Keep healing Ricky. Boom. We're done. Oh yeah, they're up there. Next round. Shulk, why are you wasting time on Purge? Oh my goodness. Thanks, game. So please just use Monado Enchant. Oh my goodness. No! I said use Enchant. I don't need speed. I'm not going to get hit. Oh heck. I went too far in that direction. If Shulk would just use Monado Enchant like once at all, we would maybe be okay. But Shulk has refused to use the thing that lets us do damage. Oh my goodness, Shulk. Stop being completely awful at everything you're supposed to do. Oh good. Got rid of the other ones. Please, Shulk, use Monado Enchant. That's all I'm begging you. Just use Monado Enchant. Once in this fight. But he refuses. Like, light heal is fine. Oh, you canceled my heal. That's actually really rude. Could you not cancel my healing arts? Shulk is just not going to use Monado Enchant. Oh, he just did, finally. He finally used it at the very end of the fight. That's what you should have been doing the whole fight, Shulk. We don't do as much damage if you don't do that. Thank you, Shulk, for enchanting us so that we can do actual damage. Okay, one down. Good, a level up. I like level ups. That's rude. What if you didn't do that? Yeah, miss Ricky. Okay. Done with that. almost at the end of the area. And then all the enemies will go even higher level, and then it'll be great. Because I'll have to deal with higher level enemies. While still being underleveled. Yay! Such is the nature of the challenge run.
Here's our way in.
There's no turning back.
Oh, Ryan, I forgot you were in the party.
We can't let them find us. Let's move. Right.
I have forgotten Ryan is in the party because he's so useless that I just haven't thought about him since we got Melee and Ricky. Like, his agility is so low naturally that he cannot hit things underleveled. And it's not worth me helping him. So I've let him fall by the wayside. Well, everyone else gets at least some use. Because, you know, sometimes the pure healing party isn't necessarily the best party. Sometimes I want to knock things down. And that's what Melee and Dumban are for.
Fiora's in here somewhere. Let's get looking. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm ready for anything. I'll trash any Mechon that tries to mess with us.
Also, if we weren't, like, constantly fighting Mechon, I might be able to get Shulk out of the party, because Shulk is super important for Mechon. But otherwise, he doesn't really matter. I mean, Minato Shield's still useful. Also, new battle theme.
Cool. Let's keep this up.
Someone learned an art? Oh, Dumban learned an art. Neat. I guess I'll level it up. Can't do anything else with my AP. We're gonna try this with the more Topley party. Yes, I just hit every single one of those, like all 8 enemies with a damage over time, with an AoE damage over time. It's great. Melee is really good. Don't break screw him. Yeah, you're already angered, so... This party's pretty good. Nice. We get... Okay, for medium weight. She's in medium weight, so that's good. What do I have in my... like here? I'm looking for things that I have all 5 of a set. Yeah, no, I don't have 5 of a set of anything good. Shulk refuses to use enchant, so I'm going to topple this thing. That's what Melius did it. Okay, we are enchanted now. Your art sealed. You have to use a talent art now. And that's not a good talent art. Hooray, we win. More stellar stuff. I'm still missing the gauntlets, I think. Right? We have gear, armor, leggings. Yeah, I'm missing gauntlets and boots. I have to keep track of that, because according to my rules that I made up, I'm only allowed to wear things if all 5 say the same thing. Terrain Defense 2 is completely useless, so I'm so glad I did that. but I'll take it because it's free. There's a secret unique monster in here. They ran away. How rude of them. Oh, AoEs. You're so strong. So many good AoEs on this party. Thank you for the speed. Shulk, thank you for using Monado speed on me when I was low on health. Sometimes the AI is good. Stellar boots! Oh heck yes, we're only one away. We're getting so close. Right, you're here. So many crits. This is just how you do it. It's fine. Oh, Shulk, thank you for that Monado speed, letting me just not worry about anything.
Leave this to me.
And we got a Splish Splash. Neat. Hello. Really? So could you maybe use Monado Enchant? Could you maybe do anything? remotely competently. Enchant would help a lot. Oh gosh. I would really like that to not hit Dunban.
Let's not let yourself be cowed. You're far from finished here.
Really? How did you hit me? I hate when the enemies randomly hit me. I am not doing the community race tonight, Ninja, because I'm getting my booster at like... I'm getting my booster shot tonight a little before that, and I don't think it would be a smart idea to run free enterprise right after getting my booster shot. I do not think I will be in a good space for running. This doesn't go anywhere important. Yeah, no, we can't go that way yet. Really? Yeah. Okay.
Where are we?
Looks like the control room for an ether blast furnace. There, look at that.
So this is what supplies the Mechon with ether energy. Look! What's that?
Oh, looks like fun. Ricky, want to ride?
We didn't come here to mess about, furball. Time to bounce on.
Hold on. If we can stop that piston, we might be able to shut down the blast furnace.
Nice idea. Cut off the Mekon's ether supply.
Ricky say we try.
Yeah, but how are we supposed to stop something that massive?
If we can stop the turbines driving the piston, it should work. And the turbines should be nearby. Right, let's search for them.
Oh, Galahad Fortress. Do it, E-Ninja. I believe in you. We get a vision for, hey, we're gonna help, we're definitely gonna help Colony 6. No, I have not helped Colony 6 at all. Colony 6 is still a pile of rubble. And it will stay that way, because we don't help people. I only steal the things that they need. Oh, that's really good. Hey, Melia. Be better. Congratulations, you're better now. Melia Gobur. This should be a fine fight. I am about to art seal this thing. Boom. Haha. ×2 guaranteed crit summon bolt in element burst? Yeah, that's gonna kill. Can't use that yet. There, we deactivated the turbines. For this one at least. Listen, Asuka's convinced that she's a bad free enterprise player. I trust her judgment on a lot of things, but... oh, thanks. Just instantly dying to random enemies. She is not. She is not a bad free enterprise player. This party is just so good for doing all of the damage. I love it.
Let's stay focused.
See, you're not bad. You managed to beat Asuka at SMS. That's good. You're doing well. Oh, please. Anyone can get lucky. Yeah, but you have to combine the luck with skill. Like, I know for sure, I needed luck to beat Pancras back in LHL, but I did it. And it definitely combined luck with skill. Great, you summon friends. Oh, you're gone now. Hey, could we... Thank you, Shulk. Yeah, I would not beat Pancras in, like, a straight-up race, for sure, but, I did manage it in LHL once. I only had to skip, 6 checks he didn't do, or six checks that he did that I didn't. He did, I did 2 extra checks, over the checks he did, and he did 6 extra checks over the checks I did. Actually 7. No, I guess he did the entire moon plus the chain that was like rat tail into tower key into the actual moon. Into the package for his go mode. I did the Fame Arch instead. And I beat him by 6 minutes. He did so much extra stuff. Granted, I did do the giant as well. I did the entire Giant of Babel. Gambling on the character.
Nice one! We did it!
This should prevent them from mobilizing any large Mechon squads for now. Hopefully, we've improved the Allied forces' chances.
Yay. We did our
Hold steady,
thing.
my brother.
Friends, here, here!
It looks like the door's been unlocked.
Nice. Let's get down to the blast furnace.
If we're lucky, Fiora might be down there.
Let's see. The last one here is level 55, which means I'd want to be level 50 on everyone involved. Yeah, I'd want to be level 50 on everyone involved before I fight the thing. It has a spike, which makes it less balanced, which means I might want to be even higher level. Lightning Renova is also a thing I could go back for at this point.
Now you shall witness our power.
Victory! Everyone! Do your best! We can definitely do one!
No! Don't do that! That hurts. No. Okay.
But we mustn't be careless.
Made it through that. I probably have better stuff for Dumban. Charlo, we learned an art. Oh, drive boost. This is actually an okay aura. But like, meh. I like kiting with Charla. Yeah, this is pretty similar. I want to keep haste and paralysis. If we're using you and Shulk, we should bring in another gem. Anything remotely useful? Sure. I'm very limited on what gems I have. Which is neat.
I'm ready! Don't hold back!
Yeah, this is definitely the party of rush things down before they kill you.
Make it a swift victory. Leave this to me.
Focus. Okay, Dunban's up to level 50, that's good.
Now you shall witness our power.
Don't hold back. I'm ready.
Nice. We're up to 50 and another level earned.
Sweet is when you can share it.
Another art.
We mustn't be careless. Piece of cake.
Oh, Ricky, what you learn? Ricky learned this one. Nice. Okay, we get more of that. Let's go for this. Yeah. We'll get that one later.
Now you shall witness our power.
I'm ready. Don't hold back.
Wow, you're dead already.
Be careless. Let's stay focused.
Now you shall witness our power.
Everyone, do your best. Make it a swift victory. Time for a chain attack. Pushing you at all.
These things are real easy. So that's the unique monster we're eventually building up to fight. Oh, we learned an art. Reflection. It's a decent art. Yeah, I just blew up the turbines. They're not just gone. They aren't just stopped now. I blew them up. They added these safety rails in Definitive Edition. Those were not there in the original. It was just stay on the pipe, and if you don't, you fall into the goo and you die. But it's not a quick death if you fall in the goo. It's like a slow, painful death. The goo just constantly makes you take damage until you either get out of it or you die. It's not fun. We're still missing one part.
Now you shall witness all power.
Leave this to me! Don't hold back!
Summoning
We can definitely do this!
manifest yourself. Secret is flowing through me. Helping each other is our greatest strength.
But we mustn't be careless. Let's stay focused.
Okay, let's get back down to the bottom here. Sure, why don't I crit for all of the damage? I'll happily crit for 11,000 damage. My goodness, Melia, you're a bit overpowered. Styptic leggings, interesting. Don't know that I've ever picked a pair of those up. Or ever noticed them. These poor Mechon. They're just getting completely wrecked. I'm gonna run right past all these things. Because there's just too many things there. And if you hide in the corner, they go away. You don't have a spike, so I want to avoid toppling you. Which means the correct party for you is not this party. No, it's on the skill branch. Oh, you're done with Prudence. You're almost done with this. Wow. I mean, I'll take that physical needs to defense up. That's good. So we want to be fighting this with the Healy party. Ultimate healer combo.
Alright, let's do this.
Your dead challenge, Dragon.
Yeah. We've got to pick off all the sidekicks one at a time.
Ricky like fighting easy monsters.
Ah yes, easy monsters. Monsters that are level 53. Definitely qualifies as easy.
I only need one shot.
I'm just gonna sit in here.
Almost too easy.
Nice job.
Everyone do good.
I like that Ricky also gives us a better chance of like actually getting good stuff.
Let's get this party started.
Your dead challenge, hereupon.
Okay, now these are level 54, so I have to be a little more careful. Okay. Yeah, this thing doesn't have enough health. Ricky gets another skill! Yay!
Nice job.
Go, Ricky! Yay, we can sell things for more. I can't sell things. But if I could sell things, they'd be worth more money. You can normally sell things in this game, I'm just not allowed to. Because it's in my own rules. That's not ideal. I'm gonna make sure I'm standing on the other side.
One here with your
good. Ricky got something.
Ricky! That's the spirit.
Ricky, start applying all the debuffs. Boom, you're done. Good. You have a topple spike, so I really don't want to topple you, so therefore we're going to fight you with this team.
Don't do anything stupid now.
Ricky, you like this?
You said it,
Paralysis on you is really good. Okay, Ricky's Zora. Lower chainsaw. I would like that to not hit. Okay, back up to full party gauge. Let's give you a bit more health. Roll that. Cool off, good. Ricky's fine. Thank you, Ricky, for also healing. Idiots. Don't stand next to each other. That's really bad. Good. The enchant's back up. I like it when that happens. To keep you alive. Okay, I can counter this with another shield. That's fine. Heal you up, but we're also shielded. Which gives me plenty of time to get more damage in. I'm about to heal him, but I will take the vision for the talent art. Just nullify that completely. More ether, that's good for Ricky. No. Thanks for that enchant. We need that so that Ricky and I can actually do damage. Yeah, let me tank this. That's fine.
Don't give up.
Okay, Ricky's got the aggro now. It's also dead. We can definitely go on like this. Especially since you just hit level 51. I need Topple Party for the next unique monster. Cool, Rhine to skill. I almost forgot he was in my party. Let's try this radio tower thing. I can go with an intermediary setup, actually, for the radio tower. Between toppling and not, which is this crew. I think I might do this. We don't really have a good tank. But we have big damage and topple. But we have topple capabilities with this party. Ricky has no topple capabilities, which is why I'm not using him. Shulk and Charlotte at least have days. Burn everyone. We gotta spam summons a bit to try to get towards element burst. Boom. One more down. Okay, that one's taking damage over time, that's good. Okay. Here's the last one with actual health. Catch them both in that. Knock one of them out. Farley gets a level 2. That's good. More level 51 characters is good. Our goal is you. You have a spike. So my goal is to topple lock you as much as possible. Shulk will hopefully purge. Let's get agility boosted. My first goal is just to take out the sidekicks. That's like my primary goal. Just to wear down the sidekicks. Why? Why did you run away? Why did they run away? I don't understand. Hopefully Charlotte can keep us mostly alive while this is happening. That's really bad. Let's get some strength. Focus on this one next. You are enchanted. Why did I have all the aggro there? What the heck? How did I get the aggro? I would like to know. Nope. Okay, that's not the big guy, that's the small guy. I need to get out. We got one. One sidekick. Okay, party, please. Do better at, like, healing yourselves. You're healer. You both have... Like, Charlotte, please do better at healing.
Prepare yourselves. I don't want anyone dying out there.
Make sure you have the agility buff. All the buffs for your Shulk. Agility, Ether, and Strength are up as well. I would really like to not take lower chainsaw. You just need to finish off the sidekick, because once it's gone for good, and it will not be helping in future fights. It will not be helping in the next fight. Okay, time to run. Now we pull out. Pull out. I just need to survive. Take that. Now I get a Starlight Kick. Daze. Daze. Times 3 bolt to the face to do a whole bunch of damage. Keep chewing through your health. Why am I dead? Okay, I need to back off. I need to run away because I somehow died for no reason. Why did I die? I don't know why I died. That's the thing I'm confused about. I don't know why I fell down. Like, I wasn't that low on health. That is so good for Melia. I was like, are they really gonna let me have that? Jeez, that's so good. Oh, Ricky leveled up in the background. This is a fun art. I like it. We have to go with Topple or with Topple Party for this. Maybe I go full Topple. Actually, maybe since we're just gonna be toppling him anyway, maybe I don't need Shulk. Ricky's gonna be better at healing and party gauge.
Now you shall witness our power.
Ricky's dodging things, which is really good. Good. Keep standing back. Nope. How? You pierced Dumban's massive agility? Ugh. He's so agile. Like, literally, Dumban's one characteristic is he's really agile. I was not supposed to be in that, but Ricky wouldn't let me run away from him. That is Ricky's fault. Ricky ran into me and made it hit everyone. Please. Please, Ricky. Don't be an idiot. Maybe don't stand next to me. Ricky, you're banned from the party for now. You're officially banned from the party because you were an idiot. I have banned you from the party. Sulk, you want to use enchant? Thank you. Shulk, that is entirely your fault. Boom. Okay, Dumban and Melia both level up, which is good. That'll reduce the penalties that we get. And they're getting along better with each other now. Yeah, that's really all I can link to you. Boost agility. Gotta get this agility boost. Now please beat this heckin' mech on up. Good. Now beat the next mech on up. Okay, Dunban, please get me back up. Or someone get me back up. I think I'd still like to reset the battle. Maybe not. Yeah, I'd like to reset the battle. I'd like to restart. Without the sidekicks. Let's try it again, this time with no sidekicks. But I think this party can actually do stuff. So I'll let them heal up. Get this agility and the ether. Ether for me. Otherwise strength is good because it makes them do more damage. And I'm gonna come up behind and I'm gonna topple you now. So you don't do this. Because this is really bad. Oh, I need to stand for the back. Chain attack. We should get a little bit of healing after this. Plus, I'm going to topple you. And daze you. Yes, good. 30,000 damage in that chain attack, plus he's toppled and dazed and all that good stuff. I back off. Throw a few more things at him. Okay. Chain attack. You can't kill him if I'm starting the chain attack. Aha. Get dazed. Get dead. I get a couple of cool gems. That's nice, I guess. Oh my goodness. I like this party. I really like this party. We're definitely not ready for that. That would be very underleveled. And this would be the wrong party for that anyway. There's nothing useful you can link there. Okay. Are we really not ready for this? It's level 57. I'm gonna be bringing Charla and Ricky. With Charla and Ricky, I can probably last a really long time. I might go try it. The party's gonna be this. There's no landmark nearby, and I hate it. Yeah, we're all level 51. Let's try this. have to ignore the unique monster. I'm not allowed to fight unique monsters more than once.
What? Don't you dare give
Poor
up.
Ricky. Ricky fell in the Ether River and got reduced to 1. Oh well, he'll heal up in time. Good. I want to have Charlemelia and Ricky here because they can hit at range. And that's a big deal. Being able to hit from range. Well, we want agility up, of course, so that things can hit. Melia's got a skill that makes her Ether Arts hit well. Charlotte's here purely for healing, mostly. And Ricky's here for his Ether Arts. Because he can actually do a little bit. He's here for healing, and he can do a little bit of damage. A little extra healing, a little extra damage. No, why are you already here? I hate this. We have to save and reload. This is a change in Definitive Edition. In non-Definitive Edition, you can just, like, come here, and this guy hasn't moved forward this far yet. So we're gonna reload the save. We're gonna save and reload to respawn him further back. This is really important. Like, super important. Hey, Charla. We need to be fighting him when we're up here. And I need to stand next to this thing because he has a knockback art he uses at the start of the fight. And I need to make sure no one gets knocked down.
Even when victory seems impossible, we march on.
His knockback art may do too much damage. Charla fell down. No, Charla didn't. It just does too much damage. Yeah, okay, that's just too much damage. I didn't realize it did that much damage. Okay. New strategy. We play as Ricky. Because I can't play as Charlotte or Melia because they will not survive. Even though Ricky's AI is the best, I really want to play as Melia. Oh, does Ricky have a better biter he can equip? No. Cosmic Nibbler too good. This does 4,000 damage though. That's ridiculous.
Even when victory seems impossible, we march on.
I want to spread us out.
It can't be. Manifest yourself.
Yeah, okay. Ricky's next to me. I'm gonna duck actually behind the thing. Yeah, Melia's so dead. Yeah, no. Melia's not gonna survive that. Ricky can. Stop it with the visions that happen after I'm dead. Can we not have any more visions after I'm dead, please? They waste so much time. That is not a thing that happened in the original, but now it happens in Definitive Edition and I hate it. I hate that it just happens. after you're dead. Because, like, yes, this is what I want when I die. I want to spend the next, like, 30 seconds watching something pointless happen. Hello. Ricky's short. So we're gonna play as Ricky. Try to bait it away from Melia and Charla.
Ricky, always okay.
Surely, this is folly. You trying to...
Ricky's so excited.
Don't get too excited, Ricky.
I ran off the edge. That's bad. That's death. I accidentally ran off the edge. That's not good. Bad camera angle. Yeah, that was just a bad camera angle. I'm not walking back. I refuse to walk back to this place. It's so out of the way. I will reload my save. I can't fight this thing on ground level because it has a really nasty talent art that's AoE and does way too much damage on ground level. So I want to negate that talent art completely. You know what? Maybe I do bring Shulk along. So I have enchant. And responses to things, I guess. Although Shulk's probably going to be pretty useless.
Ricky, always okay.
That's why we want to stay in front of things. I need to make sure I start this in front of things. Yeah, you're not going to get to do that because I'm about to die from fall damage. Oh, goodness. I just want to clear this one unique monster out so I don't have to come back here. So yeah, we need to stand in front of here. I'd like party members who could survive, ideally. But if I need to, I will just do it by myself. Although that's really bad.
Ricky, always okay.
No, it can't be.
Don't hit everyone. Shulk's fine. That's the furthest we've gotten in this fight. Yes, we have. This is not happening. Charlotte took the AoE, and so I lose. Charlotte needs to not take the AoE somehow. But I also need to play as Ricky. I need Charlotte to not take the AoE. I need no one to take the AoE except Ricky, which is really difficult to manipulate. So I'm going to say this is a no for now. I'm going to swap back to Topple Spam Party and move on. This party's fine. We're definitely ready for this. I don't like this next fight. I just remembered. I really don't like this next fight. Here in the face maintenance bay.
Shulk, is that?
Spear ones. Loads and loads of spear mechon.
It's Fiora. This isn't it. Fiora.
We do not want to attack Fiora. Great. Brilliant light is something I just have to live with. This fight is really awkward. Okay, who did that? Who did that? That's rude. Don't do that. Fine, game. I'll bring the super Healy party. Because you insist. I will bring the party that can do nothing but heal. And we will stall everything by just healing. This time we're going to target a defensive guard unit. Shulk, if you could use Minato Enchant, that would be super appreciated. So that Ricky can do damage. Why is Shulk useless? Okay, we are enchanted now. Why do I have all of the aggro? I am now baiting all of the things around the room, except I died. Okay. I need to cool off. Yeah, this isn't working. There's too many enemies. The story fight is harder than the unique monsters, because it's too many enemies. Yeah, I'm very dead. I'm very dead. There's too many things in the fight. There are simply too many things. I think I need to ditch Sharla, because you're just incompetent at doing anything. Let's try this party. Maybe if I just use enchant, things will actually work. No, because Fiora is invincible. You cannot kill her. Enchant. There. Now Dunban can do tanky things.
Let's focus on
need to get Ricky back. I need to get Ricky back, and then I can react to this. Although that's just healing. It's literally just heal people. Stop it with your brilliant light. I need to re-up enchant. Except now Ricky's dead again. This is so wonderful. I need Ricky back so I can heal. No! Stop having really powerful arts. Yeah, no, I just can't. There's too many of them. I love that the story battle is actually just hard. And I can't make progress. That's so good. Such good design. Amazing design. When the story battle is ridiculous. It would be fine if, like, I didn't get aggroed by her right away. I don't get visions for any of this either. It's just people fall down and then I'm screwed. I'm picking up Shulk so that I can actually do anything. Well, we're screwed. I don't know why I'm getting this, because I'm dead and I have no party gauge. So it doesn't matter. Yeah. No, that didn't work. You're not enough healing, Ricky. Charlotte's gonna be more healing than Ricky. I need Shulk. And I feel like I need Melia so that I can actually do any damage at all to these things, so I can start picking them off quickly so that they don't destroy me. They stay dead! Oh my goodness, they stay dead! It's a miracle. I wouldn't have thought. I wouldn't have thought they would stay dead in a story fight. But they completely just stay dead. Oh, this is so good. Is toppling you a good idea? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, and I'm not even aggroed on the other one. Oh, that's really good. That's not great. Somehow we never built up a party gauge segment in that? Wild. We never built up party gauge in that fight, somehow. Charlie, you're back out. I don't like you. I like Ricky's damage. Because we can get through this. We have to focus on the sidekicks. Fiora is invincible. We just need to get rid of this guard unit. Please just stop being aggroed on me. I can take it now that I'm not, like, dead. Poke. Kick. Get you knocked down. Start wailing on you while you're down. Just try to get rid of you. Nope. That's the final one. Don't waste your time hitting her. Because you're actually just wasting your time. Really? Oh, we did it. We're done. We beat the first boss fight.
Stop! Don't you recognize Shulk? Fiora! Fiora, please! Don't you remember us at all? It's no use. Everyone, it's time to retreat.
Got it.
Understood.
Move! Shulk!
Oh, this isn't good.
You alright? Yeah. I think so. What do we do now, Shulk? We ain't gonna last long here.
Fiora! Try and remember! It's us!
I pity you. Without the power of that sword, I doubt you would ever have made it this far.
Honestly, we barely even made it this far.
Apocrypha. Activate.
That's not that big a deal. I beat Mooncar without really using the Monado. I just had to spam heal.
What's going on? What's happened to the Monado?
Look out! Shulk! I'm... okay.
Shulk, wait here.
Ryan, we don't have anti-mechon weapons equipped. That's not gonna work. You're gonna have to rely on Melia, Ricky, and Charla.
Fiora! Stop this right now! How could you? Shulk came here to save you! Do you hear me? Fiora!
You must run.
Fiora! Fiora! Or whoever you are,
Please, run. The machine is not under my control.
Not under your control. Is it him?
Most surprising. I admit I never expected such resistance to becoming a favorite.
Abiel,
Fiora, what have you done to her?
From the moment of their creation, all Mechon are mine to control. Should a passenger defy me, I force it to obey.
Why make Homs into Mechon? Why are you making them attack Bionis?
If you wish to know, you have only to submit yourself to me. All will become clear when you attack Bionis with a new body born of Mechonis.
Never! Who would ever submit to you? Forget about him. We have to get out of here. But what about Fiora? If we die here today, she will be lost forever.
Choose. I have rendered the Monado useless. You have no hope of victory or escape.
You chunk of scrap! So it was you who did that to the Monado!
The Monado is a tool that regulates the waves of the very ether from which the world is formed. Therefore, it can be counteracted simply by releasing opposing waves.
But how can you?
The questions end here. Hand over the Monado. After all, it is no longer of use to you.
Never! If the Monado really is powerless, then why would you want it for yourself? I will never give it to you. Never!
Then make your choice. Be crushed by my fist, or slain by your old friend.
So this is going to be a real interesting fight. I think the objective is just to survive to a certain point, but... oh boy. We're going to have better luck versus this one. You've praised already yourself, so you can't... actually... heck, if that art had like actually worked... Shulk's gonna fall down, that's kind of expected. Your praise door is gone. Boom. It was gone for a bit. Honorable Blow is an AoE that's really bad. Thank you for healing us. I'm waiting for this crazed aura to wear off. I am starting the topple. Thank you, Wiki, for healing, just in time. Okay. The fight's over. We've lasted long enough that the game has decided that we're strong enough to keep going.
I cannot allow this. That boy is at risk. Shulk, don't let him die. Help Shulk! Help him! Who are
you?
This is the end. Heir to the Monado.
Whoever you are, please lend me your strength. I won't let you do this.
Fiora!
How dare you defy me? Worthless machine!
Fiora!
Thank you. No matter how much you yearn for revenge, I will not permit you to have your way.
Monado? But how?
No, stop!
Please, survive.
Will you die for them? What is this?
Fiora! Not good! Let's get out of here! Shulk! Where are you? Shulk, get back here! Fiora!
The power of that faith. No, that is not possible. It cannot be.
The fortress has collapsed? What of Melia? And Shulk?
The observation was based solely on long-range intelligence. We cannot be any more specific.
You don't need to worry about them.
But
Take it easy. I've got a pretty good idea where they are. If you're going to attack, you better do it now. Their fortress ain't completely destroyed. Or do we just sit here and wait to die?
Shall I perform the Divination Ritual now?
forgive me, Seer. That will not be necessary. From now on, we will seize our destiny with our own hands.
We don't need to see the future. The Mekon forces are on their way. No doubt about it. I like the look in your eye there, lad. It's time. This is war.
And that's the end of chapter 11.
It's been a long time since I last had this dream. I reached out for a piece of scrap metal. And then I fell into the ground.
Was I dreaming?
Hey, look, we're fine.
Vera! What's that? Fiora. Fiora. She's still breathing. Wake up. Come on. Wake up. She needs water.
Okay. Guess we're getting water then.
Fiora, you're awake. Do you remember? My name is
I can't believe it. My first kiss.
You do remember me. Fiora.
Of course I do. Shulk. I never forgot you or the others.
Then why?
Because I wasn't me anymore. I wanted to call out, but I couldn't.
What do you mean?
When it happened, when Colony 9 was attacked by the Mechon, I thought I had died. I felt the Mechon's claw rip through me. I couldn't remember anything. There was no sound, no light, no pain. When I came round, I had the body of a machine. And it felt like there was someone inside me.
Someone else? The one who was controlling the mechon you were in?
Yes, that voice. But I could still see and hear. I was there all the time. Except I had no control over my body, and I couldn't talk.
That's why it seemed like you didn't recognize us.
Yes. Inside my heart, I was crying out desperately. But you didn't hear me. Nobody did.
We always believed it was you.
It's okay. You don't have to say that. I know it would have confused me.
But the person inside you, do you know who it was?
No. I heard her voice when she spoke, but I didn't know what she was thinking. There was something she urgently needed to do. I understood that much.
What do you think happened to her?
Maybe she's sleeping. Or maybe she's trapped like I was.
I hope she stays trapped. Hijacking your body, treating it like it's her own.
I guess.
I say good riddance. And let that be the end of it.
Shulk, I don't think she's totally to blame.
Why not?
She needed my body for something. I don't know what it was. I just know it was important. I want to help.
Why would you?
I knew she was using my body, but I didn't hate her for it. She was kind. She was taking care of my body. I could feel it.
Really?
Yeah. And she did everything she could to protect you.
So, back when we were
but
fighting,
Against Egan.
she did
knew
kind
what
of
I wanted
attack
to do,
us.
and did it for me. So, I want to help her if I can. Please, Shulk.
all right. Then we'll do everything we can to find out what she was trying to do.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Fiora.
I'm glad to be here. What do we do now?
We have to find the others. I know they're alive. I can feel it. Everyone's gonna
Yeah,
be
they
surprised
probably
when they
died.
see you.
Everyone
The entire rest of the game is definitely just going to be Shulk and
Right,
Fiora.
Dunban. And there were a few others we met along the way. Sharla, Ricky, and Melia. I just know you're gonna like them.
It looks like you've been through a lot as well.
Yeah. But nothing's gonna separate us now. Come on, let's start searching.
Yep. I have to stick with full sets for her equipment, but her boots can be changed however I want. Oh yeah, she also just damages mech on fine. Fiora's good. So many coins. I'm trying to think what's most useful. That. I want all the agility, basically. Look at all these arts she's learned. She's 16,000 AP, which is not bad. Airfang is very good. Fiora's all about doing lots of damage fast. I don't remember what I actually like on her. Zero gravity's fun. I do like that. I want to prioritize things I actually use. But she can really be a lot of different things. I will put damaging arts as a priority for AP. Including double wind. Magstorm can be good. And then I guess we'll boost Ether Drain once. Sure. I'm probably gonna set this over that. And something over, no, double wind over that. Also, shoutouts to this music for just being good. Where are the orbs? Like, I know there's orbs here. There's the orbs. I want to collect some orbs. See what bonuses I can get for collecting the orbs. Excuse you. There was an orb here. That orb is a little too far out of the way. Well, I guess Charlotte's fine. Because she just showed up in a vision. Way to spoil it, game. Blaze Defense 4, I guess I'll take it. It's free. Oh, I should level up Schultzman Auto Arts. Let's make sure Shield's maxed, just in case. And push Purge up towards max as well. And then Speed's the next one I actually care about. Just making Speed last a little longer is nice. Then Enchant maybe. Buster I don't really care about. It's nice for damage, but I really care more about the buffing than anything else, so I want to get those maxed out. Oh, goodness. Yeah, this is a very chill area. I could convince myself into making this into a harp song, I think. Either this or the daytime theme, which is pretty similar. Yay, vegetables. Muscle up 4 is okay. Bonus physical defense is definitely not useless.
Shulk!
Fiora! What's wrong?
Sorry. My body feels a bit strange. I think I just need to rest. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can take a break here. I wonder what happened after the fortress. Where did the others all end up? The Monado's light is fluctuating. That Mekon really messed it up. But still, I have to protect Fiora.
Shulk. Can't you sleep?
Sorry. Did I wake you?
No, it's okay. I slept really well.
You want to eat? You must be hungry.
No thanks, but I'd like some water.
Okay. You should eat, even if you're not hungry. You need to get your strength back.
No, I'm fine. This body has its uses. I never need to eat. I never get hungry. I just run on water. Don't worry. I prefer my old body, but this one has some advantages. Shulk. You can leave me. It's okay.
What?
I mean, look at me, Shulk. This body is a Mekon body, so I should live here on Mekonis. This is where I belong.
You don't have to do that.
The Fiora you knew is dead. Just think of it like that. It's for the best.
But I can see it's not true. I mean, you're right here. I'll never forget how I felt when I thought I'd lost you back at the colony. I should have done something. I thought if only I had the power to save you.
Shulk.
No. No more regrets. I will protect you. Besides, there's someone else inside your head. We can't leave her there.
I guess not.
Mekon! No!
This isn't good.
Not now!
Shulk! Let me...
Fiora! Right. Come on, Monado. Don't let me down.
The Monado bends to your will.
No. I won't let you take her from me. This time, I will protect Fiora. You right. I can do this.
Yay, we get to beat Mechon that are probably like higher level than I am. No, they're about my level. This is supposed to be an easy breezy fight. I want to point out. Like, this is supposed to be a super easy fight. With no, like, risk of losing it all. But I'm taking damage. Actually using speed for the buff. Just because I need it. Oh my goodness. That fight's not supposed to be, like, stressful at all. That fight's supposed to be super easy.
It works, but
That's, like, not even a fight that registered in my head as a thing that existed.
whatever he did to the Monado is...
Oh my goodness. Turns out being underleveled is bad.
What's that sound? No! We're surrounded!
I love how they just go into their idle animations. Like, they're like, I don't care. I'm just here. Oh, heck. I'm gonna have to use Ryan. Ugh. The game's gonna force me to use Ryan. And Ryan's bad.
Where are we?
These enemies better be pretty low level, because otherwise this is gonna be real bad.
You're up then.
Sharla! What happened to us?
I don't know. I've only just come round.
Where are the others?
I look for them, but they're nowhere to be seen.
Oh.
Ryan, thanks.
Huh?
For protecting me back there.
Yeah. It got rough, but at least you got out safe.
What is it?
Look at me. I'm useless. Can't even keep a promise. I promised Fiora I'd look after Shulk. Stupid.
You promised to protect the guy who protects you. Am I missing something?
In the old days, Shulk was kind of frail. You know, like a little bunniv that gets bossed around by the other colony animals. It was me who used to be there, to save him. That's why I promised Fiora. But now look at me.
Ryan.
He's stronger now. And not just because he's got the Monado. I've done all I can to help him. He doesn't need me.
That's not the Ryan I know. Do you remember Colony 6?
Yeah?
The Mechon were always on the doorstep of our home, the colony. Thinking about it, I realized they were after the ether underneath it.
Yeah, I suppose so. If they could stockpile energy from there, they could get to any part of Bionis.
The Colony 6 Defense Force suffered its fair share of pain. And not just physical. Friends and family. Alive one day, gone the next. It all became so normal. You end up wondering how you can possibly make a difference when war is so futile. I'm not the only one who felt like that sometimes. But nobody ever gave up. And you know why?
Because you were strong?
We had no choice but to be strong. Everybody had someone to protect. The moment you looked away, you'd lose everyone you loved. So we had to keep looking straight ahead. We couldn't stop fighting.
Man, that's tough. Puts my problems into perspective. I suppose I should get back to being Ryan.
Don't go doubting yourself, even if things get tough.
You're right. There'll be plenty of time to stare at my feet when I'm old and crooked. Get it?
I get it. So now what?
We go looking for Shulk and Fiora. I might be like a third wheel, but I can still lug around the heavy stuff.
Finally! That's the Rhine I know.
Back there. Were you talking about that guy Gabbo?
Not just about him. Why do you ask?
Oh, nothing. Just, you know, seems like tough competition for a guy like me.
Rhine. Do you think Shulk and the others are okay?
Of course they are. They wouldn't die from something like that.
Back to your old self, I see. Right, we better get looking.
Yay, we have Rhine again. And I have to play as him. Ugh. Rhine is a pile of HP that can't hit anything. So he looks really cool because he's got tons of HP, but his stats are garbage. I mean, only 95 agility. Charla's got 13 more agility than him, and Charla is not an agile character. Charla is a fairly low agility character, and she's got 108. Rhine is very bad at hitting. Like, on paper, yeah, he's got good strength, he's got good defense stats, mostly. Like, he's got decent stats. Like, so much HP. But he can't hit anything. So, like, why? Why would I even bother with him? His agility is just way too low. Like, Charla was struggling to hit some of the really high-level enemies. So taking Rhine along just seems like a bad idea. Oh, I did get that item. Good.
What's that sound?
Someone's in a fight. Up ahead.
Hey, look! Rhine and Charla are here to save Shulk's butt. I'm gonna be kicking Rhine out of the party immediately because... after this fight, because Rhine is so bad. So let's look at some other characters. Shulk and Charla are not particularly good at agility. Like, Shulk has some troubles with agility. He has 124 agility right now. And he's having some issues. Rhine is 30% less likely to hit. I'm playing as Rhine. Rhine can hit these things, but he's going to be taking all the damage. Like, he can do a bunch of damage with Sword Drive, but that's like his gimmick. He's just not that good.
Good to see you.
Okay,
I knew you'd make
we're
it.
done with Rhine.
Thanks to you.
I never have to use him again.
Rhine, it's you!
I can swap him out for Fiora,
Fiora. She remembers us.
because Fiora is an actual good party member.
She's been through a lot.
Fiora has a lot more
I
agility.
can see.
And almost as much health.
Wow.
Not really quite as much health, but she's got a good amount of health and she's got a lot more agility than Ryan does.
If only we could find Dunbar.
Yeah. He'll be blubbering at the sight of us.
So I will be using Fiora as my tank for like the rest of the game probably.
When no one's watching.
Yep. He's always been like that. He's a big softie, but he hates anyone.
Her one disadvantage is she can't inflict topple.
I never knew.
Nope.
She just
I don't
dazes.
believe it.
But she's a very good tank.
Take it easy. Oh, I'm okay. I want to see my brother. Let's go, Shulk.
If you can't walk, I'll carry you.
I'm much heavier now.
I've been pumping my guns.
I can see. Ryan, you
Oh my
really looked after
goodness.
Shulk for me.
I wanted to, but it feels more like he's the one who's been protecting me.
That's not true.
It's okay. I know it, you know it. I'm not here to protect you anymore.
But you are here for something.
Yeah. What I did just now. Don't matter how strong you get, you ain't got eyes in the back of your head. So I've got your back.
Ryan, you...
Ryan, you're like a whole new person.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's good you've become so dependable.
Was I that undependable before?
Take it as a compliment.
Ha! You haven't changed a bit.
Oh goodness. I love the fact that we're hearing all this thing about how Ryan's gonna have Chulk's back, except Ryan is never going to be in my active battle party again.
Yeah, wouldn't miss it.
Because he's really bad. He can't hit anything. No! Ryan, get out! Go away! Give me Fiora. I need to find gems for you. You know what? Steal Ryan's gems. Ryan doesn't need these strength boosts. We have to keep these 4 slots the same on Fiora at all times. That's my rule. Because her 5th slot is different. It doesn't work the same way. Is there a unique monster I can reasonably take on in this area, or am I just, like, screwed? That's me thinking aloud. Nope. Soon enough I'll have to start trying those, but not now. We'll keep not fighting things for now. Continue with the strategy of don't fight anything and just run through the game. Especially since I want to bring Ricky for basically any non-unique monster fight to try to get better, like, gold and silver chests for more art books and just to try to get some more equipment and maybe some art books if I can get those. Those would be nice, because then I can actually start making some characters have good arts. Okay.
What is it?
I can hear something.
What? I can't hear anything.
Maybe our sense of hearing isn't strong enough.
You mean you can't hear seagulls,
There's
Sharwa?
sound. More than one. Watch out! Something's here!
Oh, hey, look, it's our other three. They're fine.
Friends, stop for Ricky. Oh, Ricky very hungry, and Ricky sleepy. If Ricky not rest now, Ricky not keep going.
Well, we can't have that, can we? We'll rest here before going any further. Melia, do you need to rest?
I am fine.
Good. Break time.
Oh, Ricky. Oh, Ricky.
What's this?
Here upon Ricky have big fight with fish. Ricky win. Grilled fish taste yum yum. Ah, done it too.
I thought you said you couldn't move if you didn't rest.
Oh, Ricky very tired. But Ricky very hungry too.
How considerate of you.
Ricky not understand done.
Don't try to hide it. You realized Melia was lagging behind. She would never admit how tired she was. That's the real reason you asked. Now that's good fish. Even in this strange place, at least the fish tastes like it should.
Ricky glad done like yum yum fish.
Yeah, thank you.
Millie is tired, but Ricky tired too. And done not look happy.
What's this? Am I that transparent?
Ricky want to hear Dun story. Ricky listen carefully. For Ricky is the hero born.
I'm not sure what that's got to do with it. Well, seeing as you're here, I'll tell you.
Yeah, Ricky listen.
I have a sister. Her name is Fiora.
Ricky know. She wears silver armor. Shulk look everywhere for her.
Indeed. Shulk and Fiora, everyone knows they like each other, but they're just not ready, I suppose. They're the perfect match, but if they don't hurry up and tell each other...
Even Ricky know that.
I suppose everyone does. But now Fiora has become... something else.
She forget Shulk. She forget Dun too.
She did. But Shulk won't give up that easily. Knowing that he's out there looking for her fills me with hope. I just wish I was there with him.
Dun take care of them. Dun watch over Shulk. Dun watch over Fiora. That is all a Daddy Pon can do. Ricky make mistake. Dun not Daddy Pon.
Well, I am her older brother.
But just like Daddy Pon, watching over family. Same watch over. Dun do what he must.
Huh? Who would have thought it? I never imagined I'd be getting such advice from you.
Ricky have big family of little pond. Ricky raise and say goodbye to many little pond. Ricky knows some things.
You can say that again. I had you all wrong.
It doesn't look like the others are here.
Unfortunate. I hope everyone's safe.
Everyone's safe. Everyone's strong.
Ricky is right. It is simply a matter of when we will happen across them.
Everyone landed in the same area. They have to be around here somewhere.
Friends, look here. Ricky find it yesterday when Ricky go scouting.
I wonder where this pipe leads.
Go. Ricky has feeling Shulk and friends are on other side.
Feeling? Well, I'm willing to give your Nap-on instinct a try.
As am I. The pipe it is.
Aww. It's one of my favorite scenes for Ricky. Okay. We need to have purple affinity to view that one. Fine. Keep collecting things, hoping that it's something new. Nice. Oh, and you learned this one. Ooh. That's really good. If we can keep your HP at max, your dumb band will do more damage. Neat.
A village in a place like this. Malia!
Shulk!
Guys! You're all right.
Oh look, it's Ryan again.
Yeah.
Yes, Ricky.
And
That's a good Ricky.
we found Fiora.
Dunban!
Fiora? Do you remember me?
Sorry if I made you worry.
It's all right. I'm just so glad you're alive.
Oh, dear brother.
Shulk, is that your childhood friend?
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm glad she's safe.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. But how did you all get here? And what is this place anyway?
These people helped us.
Huh?
This is their home.
Your surprise is understandable. We are the Machina. The people of Mekonis.
Machina? You mean machine people?
You look as if you have many questions. But please, take a look around our village first. We will talk after that. I will be waiting in front of the building we call Junks.
This is a game telling you to do a lot of side quests. I usually do like every side quest in the game right now. Not every side quest, but like most of the side. This is like usually when I do all of the side quests. So many side quests. But I'm not doing any side quests today, because we're not doing any in this playthrough. I would like to move my party around. Good job learning that skill. What party do I want? I think this is my party of choice. This is a town though, so I'm gonna leave it immediately. Because I can't talk to people. That's not allowed. Talking to unnecessary people is forbidden. Ah, yes, good. Yeah, this skill is really nice. That skill will make it so that people can actually level up fast, and we might not fall super far behind on experience. I think there's a unique monster here at night. It's only level 56. It's like maybe doable. This is kind of an iffy party though. Like, it's not my max healing party, it's not my... Get rid of this hole. Oh god. Just get away from the fish. I'm gonna pull out. Pull back. I've taken out the sidekicks. Hey, Elvin. How's it going? Okay. I think this is a bad party for this. This is... wrong game, Elvin Sorrow. Neither of those characters exist in this game. I'm going to pull out and use a different party. Because we need to commit to either toppling this thing or not toppling this thing. Or like max healing. I think I'm going to commit to toppling this. Which means no Ricky. That's okay. Fiora should die soon. And yeah, they give up. Okay. We're gonna commit to toppling this thing, which means Dunban's in. I'm gonna keep Fiora in as well. No, they don't exist in this game. Neither of those characters exists in this game. I know. This game has a lot of characters in it that are named, but neither of them are those two. No one is named either of those names. We need topple. Topple. Daze. Heart seal. Keep getting affinity. Gunban, please, good, take aggro. That's good. Gunban can actually dodge things. I am toppling you right now. Good sir. Random enemy, please. Chain attack was started purely to save Fiora's life. Now it's just try to do all the damage.
We choose to fight! Blossom dance!
Okay, my turn. Now I see there is strength and unity.
Thank you, Fiora.
I know exactly what that was great.
We did it.
Was that what you do next?
Oh my goodness, I was sorry. Good. This party is very good at just doing damage fast. That's what this party is built for. Oh, I appreciate that, Elvin. Blade gun. Wait, are those? Is that a new blade thing? Sorry, I need to check if this is a new blade thing. Because that might be... I don't think I have a blade hat, actually. I don't know if blade hat exists. Definitely do not have blade hat. Blade armor. Blade gauntlets are not new. Blade leggings are definitely not new. Blade boots are not new. The blade set is so good if I could get a hat. I don't even know if the hat exists. Nothing. Oh no, we do have a new thing. Ether penguins. Good. I'm just trying to explore the area before I do the plot. That was a level 56 unique monster we took out. Level 57 is still a little off limits. Due to the power that they have. Just due to the level difference, it's just too much. Actually, I might like see if I can find, because I'm allowed to farm for things in the I'm allowed to farm for things to complete a set of equipment that I have 4 out of 5 of. And I have a blade armor, blade gauntlets, blade leggings, and blade boots. Right? Yes, I have blade boots. Okay. And they are very, very good. All the blade stuff is very, very good. So, I'm going to take a quick break to like look up if there's a blade cap, and if so, where can I get it? Because I would like to purchase, or not, I would like to grind for it. Let's see. We'll go to, it would be a unique armor, or a unique hat. Come on. Okay, I need B. Blade gear. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Blade gear. What does it come from? Okay. I have looked up, I'm looking at the list of enemies. What do I want to fight for it? Let's go for Aura Antles. I will need Ricky for his skills. Yeah. We're gonna go farm for this real quick because it is that valuable to me. And I'm allowed to. I don't like farming for stuff, but I really want a full blade set. Because that is just overpowered. Not overpowered, but it makes me a lot more comfortable. Because it comes with like agility up 4. It has a whole bunch of stat boosts in it. It's really good. Compared to what I have access to. So we need to take out these Antles. Yes, this is a challenge I made. And the reason I'm allowing myself to farm for the final one in the set, is because otherwise I would never have armor. This grouping can drop stuff from the Rias Antle set as well, I think. No, it dropped a wooden chest. Ooh. I don't want to use a chain attack on this. This is a random... The Rias Antle dropped the silver chest, of course. Brave... I guess I'll take the Brave Bottoms. Those are fine. Brave Bottoms will add to the pile. They're actually good. Just not as good as the blade stuff that I'm looking for. It's probably better to farm in the Phil's Pulse Zone area. Yeah, there's stuff like right in here. You can type !challenge for a link to a Google Doc with the full description of all the rules. Because I wrote off a lot of rules. There are so many rules. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I just got distracted by the random enemy that walked off a cliff. I wasn't even fighting it, it just walked off a cliff. Gold chest? Okay. We need gold chests, I believe. Oh! We got it! Oh my goodness, that took no time at all. Let's... Who do I want to give this to? Who deserves the glory? No. No, not you. Who deserves the glory that is the blade gear? Who am I going to have in my party all the time? Oh, I don't know. I can't give it to Fiora. She can't wear it. So I have to choose someone else. I don't want to give it to Melia because that'll overwrite the ruby glasses. Do I give it to Dumban or Ricky? I think it has to be one of them. The blade gear is almost as good as ruby glasses defense-wise. Oh, that's really good for you, actually, yeah. Initial tension put me over the edge. Strength up 4. Actually, this is a good Dumban set. Hold on. This is a really good set for Dumban, specifically. I'm going back to Napon for you. Just because this is very catered to what Dumban does. With the aura heal and the strength. And the massive agility boost. Yeah, that is really, really good for Dumban. And I will give someone else the slight upgrade to Dumban's old gear. Shulk, your gear is pretty bad, actually. Yeah, you'll appreciate this. There we go. Let's make Shulk not suck. He's been given a little upgrade. Dumban is now very good. Dumban is basically going to actually be a useful tank. Like a useful agility tank. That can do lots of damage. Oh my goodness, Dumban just got so much more powerful. I love it. So we'll probably be able to run this party reasonably. Do I dare try this unique monster now? Oh yeah, we also leveled up on Melia, so... Yeah, I think so. We're gonna clear out these things first. Yeah, Dumban is doing so much more damage. And he's extremely dodgy now. There, Dumban levels up, that's good. Fiora's gonna be a bit behind, but that's okay. We'll get her caught up. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy I went out of my way for the blade gear, because that's so good. That's just so good. What did you get, Dumban? don't feel like it's probably not useful, but what did you even get? I didn't see. Is it Final Flicker? Fine. We'll level this up. It sacrifices HP to refill the talent gauge. I really don't care about that. That's not useful. We're gonna keep trying to level up Fiora's stuff as much as I can until it's done. Let's get speed to 7. Ryan is running out of room to get more AP. Yes. We want to wear these 3. Oh, Melia. Yeah. Oh, good. Fiora is actually dodgy enough that she can usually miss. Or she can usually dodge. Like, Fiora and Dunban are just so dodgy. Especially with me buffing them. Get up. Just keep getting more bonding. More affinity, please. Especially with Fiora. Fiora needs affinity with people. That's rude. What if you didn't? Because I poked you and kicked you. And this one's focused on Dunban, who it can't hit, so it's fine. Cool. Clean these up. They're surrounding unique monsters, so I can fight them to get to the unique monster easily. Yay, random vision for picking up a material. This is our target. Definitely want agility. Up. Okay, we can chain attack to cancel this. Daze will stop it from using the art entirely. Okay, I'm going to poison it to do more damage. It's going to do Anglerfish hit, which is going to miss. That's why we changed the art. Now I lay off for a bit, while still buffing people. I actually don't want this to... I want to let this happen. Now I'm going to poke, kick. Okay. I definitely want to reduce that. Dunban's been healing well, which is good. chain attack, do a bunch of damage. Thanks, Fiora, for missing. Okay, we get a vision, that's good. I want to cancel Thunderbolt 2. I don't like Thunderbolt 2. Whew! Ah! That was a little close for comfort. That was very close for comfort. Thank you, Fiora, for doing so much damage. Ah! We did it! We beat the unique monster. Cool. We won! Hooray! Let's go fight another one. That I think is also level 57, if memory serves. His party is very, very focused on just doing damage really fast. Oh, good. That's really good. You know what would help this party? Well, skill link, actually. This thing. Yeah. That'll help, actually, a lot. That's a huge skill boost. Healing. I'd rather have the healing. This unique monster only spawns at this time, I believe. There it is. Oh, it has a spike. You do not want to topple it. Well, it's a fine spike. It's not a devastating spike. Okay. So I can topple it. Keep hitting me with your TUs. Yikes. Kick Rush is bad. Because it does that. Did I just miss? Whew! I missed. But we're still fine. Heal. That wasn't that great. Yeah, Fiora has no health. The big guy's almost dead. But I'm now taking a whole bunch of damage, which is not good. I'm not a tank. Oh, goodness. I gotta back off. Stop slowing me! I'm trying to run! Oh dear. Stop slowing me. I blame slow. I blame the slow for that. I could have gotten away if they hadn't spammed slow on me. I hate slow not because it slows your attacks down, but because it slows your movement speed down. And then you can't run away. I hate it. Okay, the big guy's not going to spawn for now. So it's time to just destroy everything on this beach. Every single bird on this beach needs to die.
I'm gonna go all out.
These birds need to die. Every single bird here, including you.
Should be okay if we fight like this.
You too.
Now you shall witness our power. I'm gonna go all out. Manifest yourself.
Gravel didn't need to die, but that's okay. Nice, Fiora. Fiora getting stronger is good. Okay. Amethyst boots. I have some amethyst stuff. Maybe I farm for more amethyst stuff for someone else that's not in this party. This party's pretty well set up. Oh, Ricky's learning that. He can now steal AP with Yoink. That's cool. Shutdown I'm not the biggest fan of, but I'll level it up anyway. It's not like I have a shortage of AP. I have taken out all of your friends. You have no friends now.
Now you shall witness our power. I'm gonna go all out.
Should be able to handle you now. Oop. Need more affinity with this party to get them, like, to actually... I'm toppling you again because you need to go down again. I don't like Kick Rush, even if it only hits for 1600 damage. I would like it if Kick Rush didn't miss. Oh, thank goodness you Serene Hearted and it missed. Thank you, Dumban, for being smart. I'm assuming we're not getting vision because it misses completely. Cool. That one's done.
Should be okay if we fight like this.
Brave shoes and blade boots. Okay. Whew. We're missing one animal and one, one other thing apart. Oh, I need to go up here. I just need to go down there. There's a lot of exploration to do. Something tells me I'm going to be able to, I'm gonna have to go view a bunch of heart-to-hearts. I just realized I'm gonna have to use so many heart-to-hearts. Heck. There's so many heart-to-hearts to go back and view. I haven't been keeping on top of that, and some people hit max affinity, and I'm pretty sure I haven't viewed their second heart-to-heart yet. Let me just see how many heart-to-hearts I have that I can view. We have Dumban and Melias in Frontier Village. 2 in Eretz Sea plus 1 in Alchemoth. Did I not examine that one? Maybe I didn't. Because we also have Fiora and Dumban's in Alchemoth. Yeah, I didn't examine all the ones in Alchemoth. That's not good. Or the Hyantia tomb. But yeah, I definitely have more heart-to-hearts to view. Which I will go back and view just to boost the affinity up between those characters, because it's never a bad... It's basically free affinity. It's a whole bunch of free affinity, which I will take, because more affinity means more skills that I can link, and more chance of chain attacks being longer, which is always good. I like the benefits that I get from affinity. They reward you for sticking with certain combos of characters, and using them more often, and using them together, by making them work better together. And if you just swap one person out for someone else, then it's still fine, because you still have one really good link, and then the other two can get better with the third person that's new. But it really works best if you have 3 people that all work well together. Hi. Ooh, Star Cute. That's new. Boom. A strength up 4. That is getting equipped. Don't know where it's getting equipped, but it's getting equipped. Not on either of those two. Okay, we're at a landmark here. I'm gonna check this heart to heart. Not that I plan on actually like doing anything with it. I'm gonna go do a heart to heart tour before I wrap up. Yeah, there's a heart to heart down here that I know I can view because it's Dunban and Fiora's green affinity. So let's go on a heart to heart tour. Just go around the world, viewing all the hearts to hearts I can, building affinity where it matters. You know? May as well build affinity. Like, if I'm using the characters at all, I may as well take these boosts of affinity, because they're really helpful. Just speeds up making these characters good. Yes, let's make Dunban and Fiora better with each other. Yay, lots of affinity between Dunban and Fiora. And they're up to blue. That's good. Because I've been using them together, they're already up to blue. That's very good, actually. Making more progress. Let's check out this one. Yeah, that's Melia and Rhine. I'm never using them together. Because I'm never using Rhine. But it needs to be on my list. Oh, this is just telling me. Hey, you can link another skill. That's actually really useful. We'll slap that on you, because your HP gets pretty low, and that 15% boost might help a lot. Let's get Shulk in here, because Melia and Shulk have to do some bonding. And I may as well have them do their bonding. May as well try to get affinity up with as many people as possible. You know? Except Rhine, because Rhine is complete garbage. I feel so bad, but he's like so bad. He's just such a bad character. Like, he can't hit things. And that's a deal breaker. He's good if he can hit things, but he's so bad at hitting things that he can't actually do anything. Okay, Shulk and Melia have done some more bonding. Oh, we have Melia, Charlene, Magna Forest, Dunban, Melia, Frontier Village. I think we're done with the Alchemoth one. Yeah, we're done with the Alchemoth ones. So I'm gonna go to Melia, Charlene, Magna Forest. Which is this one. Yes. This one right here. Melia and Charla have to bond. May as well make them work better, you know? Now they'll work better together. A little bit. It's a lot of progress towards working better together, so that's good. Next was in Frontier Village. I think it's the one right at the top, which is Melia and Dumban. We'll make them work better together because they're the Topple Lock combo. Ryan would ideally be a part of the Topple Lock combo, but he's really bad at hitting, so I don't trust him. There. Melia and Dumban bonding a little bit more. It's important. We have 2 in air at sea. Is that the right? Yeah, it's Ricky Charla, Dumban Charla. Yeah. Ricky and Charla is over on Hover Reef 2. Dumban Charla is by the ether plant. Whatever it's called. Gotta make everyone get along better. Except Ryan. Ryan can just not get to know anyone because he's never going to fight with anyone. Because he's never going to fight. He's just going to be on the sidelines the whole game. He got to know Shulk and Charla, and that's about it. Everyone else is just going to bond really well without him. Yay! Charla and Ricky have hit max affinity. Wonderful! Charla and Ricky are at max affinity now. Great. This is why we do that. They are now super compatible. Because I keep using the Healy team, the heal spam team, so now Charla and Ricky are super compatible. Shulk and Charla are already... I think the entire super heal team is now extremely compatible with each other. I'd like to get the Topple Lock team going. They're talking about the gifting mechanic, which I'm not allowed to do because I don't have access to the affinity chart. But we'll help Charla and Dunban get along better. You know, I do want some crossover between the teams. Yeah, Ricky is maxed now with Charla. And Charla is maxed with Ricky. Charla and Shulk are also maxed with each other. Yeah, Shulk is maxed with Ryan. Ryan got a little bit of stuff with Ricky, a lot with Charla, and a ton with Shulk, and is getting nothing with anyone else. Especially since I'm basically done using him. Wait, we got a thing! Oh my gosh, I found the last item warp here. We're done with this Collectopedia. An extra ether up 3, I will definitely take that. Heavy armor, I do not care. Just double checking that I don't have these things. Yeah. No things. It's fine. Heart to Hearts. Next up is... Oh, right. Ricky and Charla have another one to view in Tutorial Marsh. I know where that is. We have Shulk and Ricky on Valak Mountain. Yeah, Shulk and Ricky on Valak Mountain, and then Ricky and Charla. Let's go to Ricky and Charla's first. We have a max affinity heart-to-heart to view. Hooray! I think I've already viewed Shulk and Charla's purple affinity. Some of the max affinity heart-to-hearts we just don't have access to yet, so I can't view them yet. Okay, Ricky and Charla, time for you to bond. Yay! This doesn't actually matter at all, they're already maxed, but I wanted to do it anyway. Because it's fun. Okay, we didn't find any of the things I needed here. Wait. Shulk and Dumbman have to have green affinity at this point. Yeah, we can totally view that one. I just never examined it, probably. Apparently I was bad at examining the heart-to-hearts as I was going. So we'll just head up here and do this one real quick. Oh no, we need Shulk and Ricky. Charla's done. For now. Yeah, this is Shulk and Dumband's green affinity. Like, it's not very hard to get to this one. Affinity-wise. So yeah, let's get this one done. So I can have Shulk and Dumban work better together. Yay. More bonding. And they're up to blue. Cool. I will take having another pairing up to blue. Even if you just got another circle. At least we got them to blue. So they'll be a little bit better with each other. Trying to think what other combos I could do. Like, what else isn't here? So we have that. Okay. I think we got basically... We didn't check out every single one in Colony 9, but we checked out most of the ones. There's one we're missing in Colony 9. There's some we're not technically allowed to do till Colony 6 gets reconstructed. Those are never happening. Sorry. Tephra Cave, there's only 2, I believe, that we have access to at this point. Yeah. Bionis Leg, I know that. Yeah. We have those 3, the 2 in the refugee camp, the 1 there, and the 1... There's definitely more to examine there. There's definitely more to examine. I'm gonna go make sure I pick these up before I forget about them forever. Because there's one by the Row Oasis we definitely did not look at. which I'm going to go check out real quick, just to add it to my list. I think it's Fiora and Dumban's max affinity, so it's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, it could happen somewhat soon. There's a treasure chest over here. Treasure chests stay where they are and for like a really long time, by the way. I think you have to get oh, Dumban Charla. Still, you know, it's a combo I might actually use. I'm gonna grab this treasure chest as well. Small insect leg. Okay, we have done the ones down there. That's Dumban's and Shulk's. We definitely examined that one. I never even explored this area. What am I doing? There's like a perfectly good location up here. That I am definitely allowed to explore. And there's a couple of heart-to-hearts that spawn up here as well. Also, we're not done with this Collectopedia, so I'm gonna keep looking. What's the thing I was missing in this Collectopedia? Oh, an animal and a flower? My goodness. I'm missing 2 items. Not a strange. I'm definitely not missing that animal. I don't think it's that flower. Nope. We have... yeah, it's Serious Anemone and the turtle. Emblegon turtle. Those are the 2 I'm missing. I still kind of want the gems and the completion reward, even though it's kind of useless at this point. Hey, look, we found one of them. That's the Emblegon turtle. Wow! Paralysis resist 2. That's basically useless. But we got it. Hooray. Oh my gosh, so many orbs. Basically, we're here for those 2 heart-to-hearts. What other heart-to-hearts do I have in the area? I have Ryan and Dumban's on my list. Good. And then that other one, which is going to be Shulk and Ryan's max affinity, but it can't view it yet. We have the 2 in the Ether Mine. I think there's only 2 in the Ether Mine. This one I viewed. The other one would be that one. I don't think there's any others. So Toro Marsh, we're good. We have that one. I think it's just those 3. Machna Forest, we've got only 3 heart-to-hearts in Machna Forest? That can't be right. Is it? I can't think of where the other ones would be. There might only be 3. Actually. Yeah, Frontier Village does a lot. You have at the Pawnworks, you have all those ones. Yeah. We definitely have all the early ones, and I think the other 3 Yeah, Ricky. The one outside Ricky's house, the one outside on the balcony, and the one outside the bottom. Yeah, so we've got all those. Alright, C, we've got 4 heart-to-hearts. We viewed 3 of them, so there's only 1 left. And I know exactly which one... No! That can't be the one, because we would definitely be able to view it. Yeah, there's... Because there should be... So we only have 1 heart-to-heart found. But if I look at my map, there's 1 here in the lighthouse. There isn't one on this island? Oh, Ricky and Ryan already got theirs. Okay, we are good. Yeah, I did do Ricky and Ryan's, I guess. Yeah, Ricky and Ryan did theirs. Good. Then we're good. Alchemoth, we have that. We have Ryan and Melia's Max Affinity, Fiora and Ricky's, that one. Isn't there one with Fiora and Melia that I haven't... There's one with Fiora and Melia, definitely, that I did not look at. These are the only 2 in the high-end tier 2, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's one in here that apparently I did not examine. Why didn't I examine this one heart-to-heart? Who knows? It's right here. I don't have the affinity yet, but let's get it examined. And let's get to the geyser so I can view Shulk and Ricky's heart-to-heart. And then I'll probably have to call it a day. Or call it a stream there. Because I've got to eat and then go get boosted. I did not finish this Collectopedia, but it's only ice cabbage. That's right. And I'm not going to find ice cabbage. And that's okay. Shulk and Ricky need to bond more. So we're gonna have them bond more. Oh, actually there might be one in Colony 6 today. Or in Colony 9. Come on, Shulk and Ricky. I know you don't actually need to bond here, but I'm doing the scene anyway. Oop. I think there's a heart-to-heart back here I can view between Ricky and Charla. This is Ricky and Charla's secondary heart-to-heart, which I don't think I viewed yet. Yeah, there's a heart-to-heart right here. Yeah, let's knock this one out. That's fine. It doesn't matter if I lose the affinity in the middle of it, I get it back at the end. I could get a huge boost at the end, which doesn't matter. Once you've hit max, you've hit max. Just wanted to view that for the sake of viewing it. Now let's switch back to my damage dealing party. Yeah, we're gonna put Ryan down in the worst possible place to reach him. So he takes the most inputs to get to, because Ryan is never going to be in the party again! Haha, Ryan! You're just gonna sit there and be a person who can give people skills, while everyone else does all the work. And we'll head back here, just for the save. Oh yeah, that is going to have to do it for me today. Let's save that. And next time I play this it'll be a while, I think, before I come back. Just because I have other things I want to do this week, but I'm hoping to get to play this again soon. I want to get a little bit further in this while I have this break.